everybody to the 2026 Elbert County Fair Beef Show. I am Phoebe Cabrera and I am the 2026 Elbert County Fair Junior Princess.
Hello everybody, I'm Victoria Engel, your 2027 Elbert County Fair Princess Lady-in-Waiting.
Hi everybody, I'm Sydney McClay, your 2027 Elbert County Fair Royalty Junior Princess Lady-in-Waiting.
Thank you for coming, everyone.
Thank you so much, ladies. They've been representing our county fair so well throughout the year, and I appreciate their efforts. So looking at the lineup, it's a little different than what you see in the fair book. So for today, we'll get started with our ranch raised market beef show. We will get into a total of 6 classes that will be evaluated, and then a selection of our grand champion ranch raised animal, and then we'll get into showmanship and then the market beef show. So if you're wanting to follow along, you can find our show today online at ringsidelive.co, being sponsored by the Elbert County Leaders Council. So into class 1, we have 4 exhibitors in our ranch raised market beef show. Our exhibitors include Zane Oliver, Lorenzo Aviles, Tori Messer, and Hayden Fox. Steers in this class range in weight from 1,103 pounds to 1,195 pounds. Judging today's 4-H beef shows is Macy Scotton, who's originally from Cordon, Iowa, where she grew up raising and showing cattle with her family. Macy judged collegiately at Redlands Community College and Oklahoma State University. After completing her master's degree at OSU, Macy returned to Redlands and currently serves as the coordinator of strategic partnership and as assistant livestock judging team coach. Macy continues to raise livestock with her family and husband. Let's make her feel welcomed.
Well, a good class to get us started here in our, what is this called, the Ranch Raised show, is that correct? Okay, perfect. I want to make sure I had that right. I think it's a really, really good class to get us started off in cattle that are still weighing just a little bit lighter probably than just average market ready weight, but still good calves, especially these top two. I like these two quite a bit. There's differences between the two. For me, though, I felt really comfortable landing on the young ladies, not necessarily because he's got the best attitude, but I like that calf, and for me, he easily becomes the one that's the stoutest, especially whenever you step in behind him. He's the biggest and the best out of his hip and his pin set. He's the stoutest in his bone work. And then whenever he gets settled down and she pulls him together, I still think he gives you a good look from the side. I think his build is plenty functional. I don't know if he's maybe the most attractive in his hind leg, but like I said, plenty functional. I think that guy hit me with the most power, the most balance, the hardest initial impression in terms of having some extras and covering the fundamentals still. The calf in second that the young man has, that's just a good kind of a calf, just in terms of build and flexibility, body type, having some smoothness and starting to get just a little more fat to him. He's not nearly as stout as our class winner. In terms of his muscle shape, when you step in behind him, he's just a little more refined in his bone work. I think if we power him up, then that becomes even more competitive there between the top pair of good calves. You guys can go ahead and bring both of those calves on around over there. I thought that there was kind of some discussion between those two calves in 3 and 4. We ended up going with the young ladies' white belted calf there in third, and for me, where I thought he probably had a clear-cut advantage between the two is when we get him behind him. There's just a little more substance, a little more boldness and power to him. Now, obviously, we need to change him a shot structurally so he's more relaxed in his top line and more attractive out of his hip. The young man that rounds out the class is more relaxed. I thought he just gave up a little bit too much in terms of muscle and power and stoutness. Still could change him just a shot from the profile. That's a good class to get us started. Congratulations to all 4 of those exhibitors.
Results of Class 1 of our Ranch Raised show. In first place is Hayden Fox. In second place, Lorenza Ovillis. Third place, Tori Messer. And fourth is Zane Oliver. Coming in next, Class 2 of our Ranch Raised beef show. 4 entries in class. Steers in this class ranging in weight from 1,206 pounds to 1,230 pounds. Exhibitors in this class include Katrina Reisig, Desmond Aviles, Easton Moy, and Adam Messer. The 92nd Elbert County Fair presented by our silver sponsors, Rule First, American Family Insurance, Renee Burton, Power Motive Corp, Kellogg Contracting, Lifetime, Windows Siding, Bath and Roofing, Independence, a craft company, GMT Exploration Company, General Shale, Chad and Tegan Braun Realty, Colorado Greenhouse Builders, and Doffenbaugh Construction. Thank you for your continued sponsorship.
We got another good class here, and I think nice calves. And for me, there's probably quite a bit of difference here between 1 and 2. And truthfully, there's things that I wish we could take from each calf and put together, because you can pick on both of them, and probably where you pick on one, you like the other. Now, the one that we land on, there is no question whenever you get in behind him, get your hands on him, that is the stoutest, boldest bodied, biggest hip. That's the most powerful calf in the class. His stoutness of bone and stoutness of structure really matches that. Now, we're still in the 1200s. That calf is probably getting closer to his market ready weight because he is just a little smaller, more moderate, and quicker in terms of his maturity pattern, and probably is more so that way than how I usually like him. And then if we're going to pick on him, I think with that, he's a little rounder and rolls there out of his hip. We could square him up and smooth him up in his joints just a little bit. So he probably takes some of the extras a little bit to the extreme, but I do think that between the top two, and I thought, you know, at the end of the day, I can probably pick on both of these calves' structure just a little bit. There's quite a bit more substance. There's quite a bit more power in that calf that we land on. You do an awesome job of getting this calf stopped and put together at the profile. He is smooth. He blends everything together. His depth of body is really good. And so at the profile, just standing still and judging him from the side, I can make a case for that calf to get around our class winner, even though he's not as stout in his foot and his bone, and maybe doesn't hit you with the extra bells and whistles. I just like the kind that he represents just in terms of being smooth and real complete in terms of his look from the side. The thing is, we get him behind him, he gives up quite a bit of power and mass and muscle to our class winner. And then in motion, he wants to come up just a little shorter and a little more restricted in his stride. If we can change those things, I think he can go ahead and get around our class winner. Just a couple of back and forth things there between a close top pair of calves, totally different. The calf that's coming in 3, another one that I think is good. He's smooth. That calf is good and functional in terms of his build. Again, maybe kind of like the one in front of him. That calf's just a little frailer in terms of his foot and his bone. He's not as overwhelming in his muscle shape and his volume of muscle, and then just a little plainer there about his head and the base of his chest. We round out the class with a big extended calf that I think, again, good in terms of his growth, good in terms of his top line strength. Need to power him up as well and probably give him just a shot more lower rib and boldness of body, just a little more muscle shape there. Good class with some differences. Congratulations, all 4 of those exhibitors. Really, really nice calves.
Results of Class 2 of our ranch raised beef show. In first place is Easton Moy. In second place, Katrina Reisig. In third, Desmond Aviles. And fourth, Adam Messer. Congratulations. And now we have Class 3 entering the ring. 4 entries in this class. Steers ranging in weight from 1,271 pounds to 1,293 pounds. Exhibitors include Paxton Yoakum, Trey Matot, Brinley Watts, and Cooper Matot.
You're going to pull up in front. Stop right about there, sis, and you can go up in front of that calf. Need to switch. Well, good class that we've got here as we get them set up and parked out in the center. I thought really close here on the top, not because these two calves are similar, because where I like one, I want to change the other. So these two really complement each other very, very well. As we get down to breaking them down for me, again, calves that are getting in the later 1200s, and so getting closer to kind of that market weight, but still not 100% there yet. But I think for me, where we land on the black kind of brockle face, a baldy calf to lead off. When you get your hands on the two calves, there's a pretty substantial difference in terms of muscle shape, expression, freshness, touch, and tone. That calf is quite a bit more genuine and square in the way he transitions out of the backside of his shoulder. I like that about him. He's bigger and square as you get in behind him, study him out of his hip, and then whenever you step off to the side of him and the two exhibitors get him stopped and pulled together, I do like the way he balances just a little bit better. He's a little neater up front. Even though he's got a little crest to his neck, he still ties it just a shot higher. He's cleaner at the base of his chest and just balances just in terms of his lines, I think, really, really well. Now, I think with that, I think part of why he's just a little more attractive, a little neater up front, I think that calf's just a little harder feeding, and he's just a little more streamlined in his rib and his body type. My initial impression when he came in was, ooh, I'd like to see him just a little softer body, and I still do want to see that in him. I think if he comes just a little softer and looks like he's just a little easier feeding, then I think that calf does a lot of really, really good things for me, though. Freshness and composition and still balance is where I like that guy. Change him in his body type just a shot and probably stouten him there in his rear foot and bone and set him down just a little more attractive. But I think we can probably pick on both of those calves just a little bit down at the ground. The young ladies in second gets just a little longer there in his toe shape. Now, where we criticized our class winner, that's where I like him better. He does have just a little more fat cover and finish working on him. I like his extra softness of rib and body type. So my initial impression when he came in, that's a solid calf that's easy feeding. And for me, if you know the type and kind that I typically gravitate towards, he probably fits that mold just a little bit more, just in terms of being a little easier feeding. He probably comes just a little stouter in terms of his bone work. He just gives up quite a bit of muscle shape and power when we get our hands on him. He's just a little plainer there in terms of his touch and his tone, and I think with that, whenever you study him from the side, his front end, head, chest, and everything kind of matches that. We just need to neaten that calf up a little bit, make him just a little stouter, a little more muscular down his top and then out of his hip and his stifle. The calf that comes next, I think, compared to the cattle on either side of him, probably does have just a shot more muscle shape and tone and expression and squareness. I certainly like that about him. You're doing a good job of getting him shown out here. That calf, for me, we could probably change a little bit in his front end structure. He's a little more rocked up there, a little shorter and more jammed up there in his front end. Always kind of wants to stay rocked forward and throws him out of balance just a little bit there. If we could change his balance and his front end structure, I think that calf does a lot of nice things. And then we round out the class. Again, I think a functional calf that's good in terms of his body type. He's got some cover and some finish working on him. That calf, again, probably needs just a little more true muscle shape and power. He's a little frailer in terms of his foot and his bone. All those things take away from his look and his balance out here just a little bit. That was a good class there. Good differences on the top end. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Results of Class 3. In first place is Cooper Maytot. Second place, Brinley Watts. Third place, Trey Maytot. And fourth, Paxton Yoakum. Congratulations. Coming in now, we get into Class 4 of our Ranch Raised Beef Show. 4 exhibitors in this class. We have Aaliyah Messer, Joaquin Aviles, Ansley DeHoff, and Cooper Maytot. Steers in this class ranging in weight from 1,300 pounds to 1,320 pounds. Lots of great photos being captured here at the 92nd Elbert County Fair. You can find those of family and friends online. You can find it at beverlyenglert.com. Beverly and their team is taking photos inside the rings of all of our shows. And also check out the Facebook page for Elbert County Fair photos taken by Susan Seawald. Check out all those photos online.
Well, another good class as we work into the 1300s out here. I think a really nice calf to land on for me. I think regardless of where you study them, in terms of build from the ground up, I think that calf's good and comfortable. I think in terms of his balance right here from the side, really puts together a very, very nice look. And then when you get your hands on him, I think he's as good in terms of his handle quality as anything that we have in the class. So for me, I think a calf that rose to the top pretty quickly in my mind, just a good, fundamentally good feed feeding type of steer that still balances and pieces everything together really, really nicely. I like that calf. I'll be excited to see him back later. A good one to lead us off here in this class. I like this calf in second whenever we get him stopped and put together from the side. I thought of the other three calves, he's probably the next best in terms of his top line balance, being relaxed there, being smooth in the way everything blends together, having some depth of body where he gives up quite a bit to our class winner. We step around and behind him. He's just more closed up. We got to stouten him up and give him a shot more punch and real muscle shape to get around our class winner there. Young ladies, belted calf that's coming next. I think another one, growth and extension, is good. That calf is really good in terms of his top line strength, good in the way he transitions from his shoulder to his forerib. Again, we could probably power him up just a little bit from behind, and then I think probably make him just a little bit better. He wants to cut up in his flank just a notch there. Those things throw him out of balance, just a shot there from the side. I did think his front end structure was a bit of an upgrade, though, to the one that we round out the class with. Bronco face calf has got some stoutness, a bone. He's probably the one I pick on the most just in terms of his build. He's just a little too upright in his front end, a little more jammed up. That kind of throws him off in terms of the way he gets out and travels, the way he sets his knee there. That was a good class. Nice calves all the way through. Congratulations to each of them.
Results of Class 4. First place is Cooper Maytot. Second, Joaquin Aviles. Third, Aaliyah Messer. And fourth, Ansley D. Hoff. Congratulations. We're now ready to move into the fifth class of our ranched raised beef show. 5 entries in this class. Your weight range is 1,350 pounds to 397 pounds, a total of 5 at all. We have Kelsey Haar, Austin Hunley, Declan Powers, Case Carnahan, and Maddie White. Coming up tonight in the main arena is the Elbert County Open Gymkhana. They'll be taking entries from 4 to 5, and the event will get underway at 5 o'clock. Just register at the main arena. Entry fee is $10 or $10 office fee per rider. Classes include barrels, poles, flags, keyhole, and a variety of age divisions from 13 and under, 14 to 18, 19 and over, and open. So check that out. If you brought your horse or have it nearby, open Gymkhana tonight, getting underway at 5.
this is a really, really good class, 1 through 5, all the way through, and these calves kept coming in. I was thinking, man, that's a nice calf. That's a nice calf. All 5 of these are really good. I thought this would be a really good group. If you grouped them all together, they'd be worth a lot of money because they're all very, very nice. And so I want to commend each of our exhibitors. This was probably the toughest class that I've had to put together so far, just because there's so much good to appreciate in each of them out here. The one that we land on to win, though, I think for me, that calf hits me the hardest. Whenever you talk about building them from the ground up in terms of his foot shape and his foot size, of the 3 that we have out here on the front line, I think he's the best there. And then as you work up, he's the stoutest in terms of his bone, and continue up. I think that calf is bold and good in his forerib. He's got a good shape coming out of the backside of his shoulder, got some finish building up on him there. Now he's getting just a little crestier in his neck, and probably for as good as I think he is behind his shoulder, when we get him behind him, I could probably see him just a shot wider and stouter through his lower quarter and stifle there. But I think a good calf for me, felt pretty comfortable landing on that guy. I thought he just put together the most good in terms of stoutness and power, still giving me some look. As we boiled it down, I probably thought it got closer between 2 and 3. There's some differences between those 2 calves, and we've talked about this several times before. Where you like one, you probably like the other. The young ladies came in, and honestly, I had a good first impression of that calf when she pulled him in and got him set up. I think he's moderate, he's square, he's good bodied, he's good boned, and so for me, that calf just hit me as a good feeding type of a calf. And I think as you get your hands on him, he's just a little smoother, he's a little mellower over his rear rib, he's a little bolder in the turn to his forerib, a little bigger and stouter from behind. So I like those things about him. Where I get a little more critical of him, he's just a little plainer from his shoulder forward, and he doesn't get out of his front end quite as good as I'd probably like to see him, just a little longer in his toe shape. But I think a good calf that's square, he's smooth. You've done a really good job of feeding him and taking care of that calf. Now, where we picked on him, I like the young man's that comes behind him. He's naturally just a little higher in the way he ties his neck to the top side of his shoulder. That calf has got expression of muscle, but just a little flatter in terms of his forerib, a little more closed up from behind. And then whenever we read him in terms of his build, of the top 3 that we had out here, that calf's the most upright in his front end structure. He's the frailest in his bone work and the smallest in his foot size. That's where we get just a little more critical of him in a really, really good class, and you've done a good job, buddy. The 2 calves that come around, the young man's that's coming next, that's a calf that when he gets him stopped and set up from the side, I like his depth of body. He looks good and practical there. I think he wants to work up there in his spine and roll out of his hip from behind, just not as stout and square and powerful as some of the other ones that go out in front of him. Then we round out the class with a calf that probably is just a shot square there. For me, that calf becomes the most streamlined in his body type. He wants to get 2 out in his front end structure. That threw off his balance just a shot from time to time. That was a good class all the way through. All 5 of those calves, very impressive to me. Congratulations, each of those exhibitors.
Results for Class 5 of the Ranch Race Show. In first place is Maddie White. Second, Kelsey Haar. Third, Case Carnahan. Fourth, Declan Powers. And fifth, Austin Hunley. Congratulations. Now coming in is the last class of our ranch raised beef show. We'll have 7 entries in this class. Weight range on this is 1,410 pounds to 1,502 pounds. Exhibitors include John Booth, Gus Cornell, Kinley Cornell, Wade White, Paxton Yoakum, Sage Carnahan, and Trey Matot.
Well, a good class as we get to our heavyweight calves. These are really, really nice, again, all the way through. But I do like these ones out here on the front line. And again, each of them just a little bit different. Probably the things I like about 2 and 3, I think our class winner combines, though. That's a good calf, especially when she gets him stopped and pulled together. I think that calf, in terms of having some look and having some balance, I think the extras in terms of combining those and still covering the fundamentals, that calf is really, really nice. He's good in terms of his rib and his body type. He's got some muscle and shape. We could clean him up at the base of his chest and make him just a little bit neater there, and he wants to get where he'll roll just a little bit there out of his hip, but she's doing a good job working with a calf that's got just a little bit of a funkier attitude out here. I think a calf that's got a lot of good pieces. No question about it, the meatball and the most powerful calf when you get your hands on him is in second, and I told him that. That's the most impressive calf in terms of handle quality, squareness, expression, lean muscle shape as we've had throughout the whole show. So you've done a really, really good job in terms of taking care of him in terms of true composition. That calf is good, really good there. I like that about him. Now, compared to the cattle on either side of him, he's a little more jammed up. I study him from the side. That's a soft-centered, really, really practical, good-bodied kind of a calf. He handles really mellow and good. I like him in terms of his flexibility. Of those top 3, when we step in behind him, that calf becomes the narrowest to his hip and his pin set. He's the frailest in his foot and bone, and probably just the plainest in terms of his muscle shape and his handle, but still a really, really fundamentally good type of calf. As we work on down, the young man's that comes next, one that's good and collected and strong in his top line, extended up front, maybe as good in terms of his extension as those couple that went out in front of him, a little bit better there. For me, that calf gets frailer in his foot and his bone, a little more restricted there, wants to cut up into his flank just a shot. Didn't read as many extras just in terms of the way he hit me out here today. The calf that comes next, I think compared to the one in front of him, a little more stoutness of bone work. I like that about him. He becomes the hardest in terms of his rib and his body of the ones that we've studied so far in the class. We could make him a shot bolder in the way he transitions out of his shoulder, a little softer there into his rear rib and flank, a little truer in his muscle shape. Red calf that comes next, growth and extension is good. That guy's got some muscle shape. He's our big guy here of the ranch race show this afternoon, weighing in around 1,500. So a lean calf that's got a lot of cutability, a lot of yield potential. I think with that, just a little leaner, a little more streamlined. Probably like to see him a little softer. Where he has the advantage relative to the one that rounds us out, his hip and hind leg is just more acceptable to me. Whenever you get this black calf stopped and put together from the side, I like a lot of things about him. His body shape, his muscle, he's really powerful. Just his hind legs too out there. Whenever we get in behind him, he's blown out just too much in his hock for me to get him up a little bit higher, but a lot to appreciate there. That was a good class to round us out there in our final class. Congratulations, all of those exhibitors.
The placings for Class 6 in the Ranch Race Beef Show. In first place, Sage Carnahan. Second, Wade White. Third, Kinley Cornell. Fourth, Paxton Yoakum. Fifth, John Booth. Sixth, Trey Maytaw. And seventh, Gus Cornell. We're now ready for the selection of our Grand and Reserve Champion, Ranch Raised Steer here at the Elbert County Fair. Buckle being presented by the Elizabeth Stampede Foundation, and banners being presented by the Elbert County Cowbells. Coming in the ring, so we have our first place entry. So from Class 1, we have Hayden Fox. From Class 2, Easton Moy. From Class 3, Cooper Maytaw.
We get feedback in this area.
From Class 4, Cooper Maytaw. From Class 5, Maddie White. And Class 6, Sage Carnahan.
Well, a heck of a good lineup that we've got out here, and I'll try to be kind of brief because I know we got calves that are a little bit nervous and getting just a little bit tired of being out here and being a handful for their exhibitors. But man, this was really, really good. I thought it was really cool that you guys have a ranch raise show and show these in their own division. And I'll be honest, this set of calves completely blew away my expectation. You know, I thought there'd be a couple of really nice calves, but to have the level of quality and the depth in each of those classes that you guys did, all from your county. I'll tell you what, that is something to be really proud of. And it would be hard to find another county that could put together as good and as high quality and consistent of a set of cattle as you guys did. So if you would, ringside, we got a big crowd. Let's congratulate all the exhibitors on doing a great job. I know we've got several more shows to go, but the county fair is one of my favorite time of the year, and I'm sure it is for a lot of our exhibitors out here. I remember growing up looking forward to it all summer long, and then it seemed just as soon as it was over, it was time to go back to school. I didn't like that so much, but I sure hope you guys are enjoying your time out here at the county fair. And like I said, this is a really, really good lineup of calves that we have out here. I'm not going to go back through and break them all down. We talked about them in class, where we liked each of them, and probably where we could pick on each of them just a little bit. And we've got a range. We started off lighter weight calves there, kind of from the first through the third class of calves that are kind of through the 1100s to late 1200s. So just a little lighter weight, but man, still a lot of quality, a lot of good to them. And then got into a lot of very, very good calves that are kind of at that market ready point as we got into those heavier weight classes. Really, really impressive lineup that we've got out here. So I'll put this down, if you would, one more time. Let's congratulate these exhibitors. We'll get you a top 5 here in your ranch race program.
Our grand champion ranch raised steer being shown by Maddie White, receiving a belt buckle from the Elizabeth Stampede Foundation and a banner from the Elbert County Cowbells. Now coming in is our second place entry from Class 5. That's Kelsey Haar. Our reserve champion ranch raised steer shown by Sage Carnahan, receiving a banner from the Elbert County Cowbells. Coming in now is the second place from Class 6 with Wade White. Our third place overall ranch raised steer is Kelsey Haar. In the arena now, we have Case Carnahan, the third place entry from Class 5. Fourth overall, exhibited by Case Carnahan. Fifth overall in our ranch raised beef show is Wade White. That completes our ranch raised beef show today, presented by the Elizabeth Stampede Foundation and the Elbert County Cowbells. And next we will have our youngest exhibitors. We'll have our small fry or peewee showmanship class. So any of those exhibitors are gathering, and we'll get those youngins here in the arena here shortly. In the ring now, we have our small fry division, probably our favorite of the beef show, as we bring in our smallest exhibitors, some with bucket calves, some with older siblings animals, or maybe a borrowed steer or heifer from someone. We have Taylin Miller, Everett Trainer, Logan Hunley, Rye Carnahan, and Bryce Vollison. Well, we have an awesome group of Pee Wee showmen out here. I went through and talked to them a little bit, and I think almost every one of them, if not every one of them, has shown several different species throughout the week at the fair, and so it's really fun to see you guys at this level. I've got a nephew, he's 7 years old now and getting into showing a little bit, and it seems like not that long ago, my brother was out here doing the same thing, and he's 16 now, and he towers over me, so time goes by fast. You guys are doing a really, really good job. We've got a big crowd ringside. If we would, give them all a big round of applause, and we'll hand out them ribbons. Well, shout out to our small fry exhibitors. We have Taylin Miller, Everett Trainer, Logan Hunley, Rye Carnahan, and Bryce Vollison.
Miss Tinsley and Taylor were sharing their heifer, and so let's give Tinsley a big round of applause as she heads on out. She did a fantastic job.
Our exhibitors are gathering behind and getting checked in. Our first class will be a senior beef showmanship first flight. We have John Booth, Austin Hunley, Sadie McWhorter, Tori Messer, Zane Oliver, Navia Ramsauer, Eva Stretcher, and Brant Vollison. As we get into the first flight of senior beef showmanship, we have exhibitors including John Booth of Comanche Creek 4-H, Austin Hunley of Comanche Creek, Sadie McWhorter of the Ranch and Rookies, Tori Messer of Creekside Boosters, Zane Oliver of Comanche Creek, Nevaeh Ramsauer of Kiowa Community, Eva Stretcher of the Rural Rustlers, and Brant Vollison of the Rural Rustlers.
Well, our first heat of senior showmanship, really, really good. And all of you guys are doing a good job. For me, whenever we get into showmanship, it's really just in terms of getting your cattle set up and being quick and being consistent. I've always said I feel like the best showmen, I don't really notice the showmen necessarily. They do the best job of getting their cattle set up, where I feel like I'm spending more time looking at their calves. And I think the three that are over here on the fence, just a little quicker, especially whenever we talk about coming around after the travel, switching around from that leading position, getting turned around, getting their hands moved, walking their calves into it. Something that my dad made me do growing up. He would take my show stick away from me, and I had to practice in the yard just moving feet, setting cattle, walking them into it without using that show stick. That's a skill or something I would really encourage all showmen, no matter what age you're at or skill level you're at, to practice that at home. Having that halter control can be really, really helpful. I thought all of our showmen, all 7 of them here in this first flight of senior showmanship, did really, really good. We pulled these 3, no particular order over here. They'll come back after our second flight with those finalists to compete there for our champion or reserve senior showman. But if you would, ringside, let's congratulate all 7 of our exhibitors out here doing a great job. Good way to get us started.
The 3 seniors that will be coming back for the champion selection of senior showmanship are Sadie McWhorter, Nevaeh Ramsauer, and Brant Vollison. Coming in now, we have our second flight of 4-H beef showman, senior showman. Exhibitors include Hayden Fox, Lexi Guy, Caden McManus, Troy McWhorter, Eli Oliver, Jack Pyatt, Cameron Sample, Ashton Torrance, and Brinley Watts.
Well, another good division of senior showmen out here. Going to keep my poll conservative because we're just going to pick two as we come back into our champion drive. I thought these two young ladies did a good job and did the most consistent job of getting their cattle set up and getting them parked and not poking at them very much. And I thought just in terms of being quick and being consistent, I thought they did a good job. There was a couple of us that were right there on the bubble. Maybe took us a few times longer to get our feet set, or maybe we had them just a little stretched or need to work on some spacing things. But you guys are all doing a very, very good job. Once again, if we would, let's congratulate all 6 of these exhibitors. We'll see these 2 young ladies back here in just a second.
The seniors that will be coming back for the champion selection include Lexi Guy and Brinley Watts. Coming in now are our top seniors for selection of champion senior showmanship. Exhibitors in this class, from the first class you have Sadie McWhorter, Brant Vollison, and Nevaeh Kelty. From the second heat you have Lexi Guy and Brinley Watts. The buckle for Grand Champion Senior Beef Showman, presented by Priscilla and Maria Schnell in honor of the late Dan Schnell, longtime supporter of the Elbert County Fair. Banners for the champion and reserve champion senior showman being presented by the Elbert County Cowbells.
Well, we've got an awesome lineup of 5 finalists out here, and it worked out great because we're going to place a top 5. And I thought you guys really earned your spot coming back out here. And some of you have different styles, maybe different strengths, but I think each of you do a really, really good job. And I think you would feel comfortable sending a calf out here with any one of these. I think with that said, though, there's a couple of them that are just the quickest. They're really consistent. Truthfully, it's been really hard for me on a couple of them that have really stuck out to find a time where I can pick on them too much. I think especially the one that we're going to land on to win. I can't think of one time that I would have changed how they had their calf presented out here, and so they did a really, really good job. All 5 of them very competitive. Their level of skill and professionalism very good. I'll put this down. We'll place our 5 out here, but if you would, let's congratulate our 5 finalists doing a great job out here in a competitive senior division.
Grand Champion Senior Showman is Sadie McWhorter of the Ranch and Rookies 4-H Club. She will receive a belt buckle from Maria and Priscilla Schnell in honor of the late Dan Schnell. Sadie also receiving a banner from the Elbert County Cowbells. Reserve Champion Senior Beef Showman is Brant Vollison of the Rural Rustlers 4-H Club. Brant receiving a banner from the Elbert County Cowbells. Third place Senior Showman is Nevaeh Kelty of Kiowa Community 4-H. Fourth place Lexi Guy of Rural Rustlers, and fifth place Brinley Watts of Kiowa Community 4-H Club. Entering the ring is our intermediate beef showman, a single flight, a total of 8 entries in this class. We have Case Carnahan, Sage Carnahan, Kinley Cornell, Cooper Maytaw, Aaliyah Messer, Kellen Torrance, Maddie White, and Katrina Reisig. Also in this class is Owen Hockaday. Well, a really good heat of intermediates, and we have just one heat, correct, of intermediates? Okay, awesome. Yeah, this is a good set of showmen out here. You guys are doing a good job, and a lot of you guys, if not all of you, have already shown to me, most of you guys have, so far this afternoon. And so I talk about first impressions sometimes. A lot of you guys made really, really good first impressions earlier on in the day and have done a really good job of maintaining that. And I'll tell you what, I've had a really good time just chatting and visiting with some of the kids. It makes it really, really fun, and so I thought you guys all did a really good job, and so I think it gets pretty competitive as we get out here into the heat and into the drive in terms of picking a top five and knowing absolutely which way it needs to go. I say a lot of times in showmanship you get different people out here, things could get shaken up a few different ways, and it's depending on looks that you get or don't get, maybe how cattle are cooperating that day, and so sometimes it's just luck, but it's very evident a lot of you guys have
spent a lot of time with your projects at home getting ready to show and making sure that they're ready to come here and to be able to highlight your skills. So I thought you guys did a really good job. Like I mentioned a few times, there's a few, I think, a little quicker, a little more consistent in terms of getting their feet set, not poking at them quite so much and just walking them into it and letting them set themselves up, I guess, if you will. So that kind of fits my style and what I like to see. I'll put this down. We'll pick you a top 5 out here, but if you would, let's congratulate all of our intermediate exhibitors doing a really fantastic job out here. Grand Champion Intermediate Beef Showman is Maddie White of Kiowa Community 4-H Club. Maddie receiving a belt buckle from Carnahan Ranches, the late Charlie Carnahan and Jane Carnahan family. Maddie also receiving a banner from the Elbert County Cowbells. Reserve Champion Intermediate Beef Showman is Owen Hockaday of Rattlesnake 4-H. Owen receiving a banner from the Elbert County Cowbells. Third place Intermediate Beef Showman, Cooper Maytaw of Comanche Creek 4-H. Fourth place Intermediate Beef Showman is Katrina Reisig of Kiowa Community 4-H. And fifth place Intermediate Beef Showman, Sage Carnahan of Kiowa Community 4-H Club. This showmanship class presented by Carnahan Ranches, Charlie and Jane Carnahan and family of Kiowa, and the Elbert County Cowbells.
We're now ready for our junior beef showmanship class. We have a total of 7 exhibitors. They include August Cornell, Eli Hockaday, Tori Miller, Easton Moy, Hilton Smith, Barrett Follison, and Wade White.
Well, we got a great group of junior showmen out here. If you would, ringside, let's give them all a big round of applause. You guys are doing a really, really good job out here, and I think just as competitive as the intermediates and the seniors, and probably our top end. I think just as quick, just as consistent, and just as good as our other champions that came out of those two divisions. And so you guys are really impressing me out here, and I think there's several of you really good in terms of your ring presence, being aware of where I'm at, being aware of what your cattle are doing, and how you need to give me a good look of them, and maybe what you need to change in order to do that. And so I was really impressed with several of our showmen out here. There's a few of us that have some cattle that are fighting us a little bit, getting just a little bit hot and tired out here. So I empathize with you guys that have some calves that are fighting you, but you're all doing a really good job, because I'll tell you, one of the toughest things to do is to stay calm and not get frustrated. And you guys have all done a good job, even if you've had a calf that is giving you a tough time. I thought we've had a really great set of showmen today. So I'm not going to go through and pick them each apart. I think we've got a great group out here, and there's a couple really consistent, like I mentioned in a few other heats. I think there's one in particular for me, really hard to pick a hole in this showman. Feet placement, ring awareness, being aware of where I'm at, really, really good. And then we've got several showmen, I think, that follow that person up just in terms of skill, professionalism, do a very good job. So if you would, congratulate our juniors one more time, and I'll get you a top 5.
Grand Champion Junior Beef Showman Hilton Smith of Kiowa Community 4-H. Hilton receiving a belt buckle from the Elbert County Cattle Women, as well as a banner from the Elbert County Cowbells. Reserve Champion Junior Beef Showman Wade White of Kiowa Community 4-H. Wade receiving a banner from the Elbert County Cowbells. Third place is Tori Miller of the Comanche Creek 4-H Club. Fourth place is Eli Hockaday of Rattlesnake 4-H. Fifth place is Easton Moy of Kiowa Community 4-H Club. Let's give all these juniors a round of applause. Again, a special thank you to our sponsors of our Junior Beef Showmanship class. Buckle presented by the Elbert County Cattle Women, and banners presented by the Elbert County Cowbells. We have one more class of showmanship for you before we get into our 4-H beef show. We're getting into our novice beef showmen. These are new exhibitors, new to the project, and showing cattle maybe for the first time here at the Elbert County Fair. We have 2 entries. We have Trey
Maytaw of Comanche Creek 4-H, and Aranelli Rubio of Kiowa Community.
I think he's scratched. Aranelli.
Oh,
Aranelli.
just one, so scratch on Aranelli. Class is complete. Well, we just have one novice. The young man out here is doing a really good job. He got his calf set up good and quickly, and his calf is really comfortable. He said he showed heifers earlier this week and got along really well. And so I hope he's had a fun week. He's doing certainly a really good job out here. If you guys would, let's congratulate our single novice. He's going to be our champion. The champion novice beef showman is Trey Maytaw of Comanche Creek 4-H Club. Well, that completes our showmanship as we move along now to the 2026 Elbert County Market Beef Show. Our first class will be market heifers.
coming in the ring as we get started with our Elbert County Market Beef Show. Get into Class 1. These animals range in weight from 1,185 pounds to 1,209 pounds. Exhibitors include Barrett Follison, Caden McManus, Easton Moy, Hayden Fox, Ashton Torrance, and Jack Pyatt.
Well, a good class to get us started on. Sis, you can go ahead and pull your calf on around there. Good class to get us started on. And calves, I really, really like some differences between them. And so there's some things, again, that you could probably take from each and put together. The young man's gray calf, though, you did a good job sticking with it and sticking through the class, and I'm sure glad you did because I really liked your calf. And I think for me, that calf hits me, I think when we compare him, especially to the two that come behind him, the biggest footed, the heaviest boned. When you step in behind him, he's the biggest out of his hip, and I think the freshest and the best in the shape right out of the back side of his shoulder. We could change him just a little bit there in his rear flank just to make him just softer and a little deeper there so he balances perfect, and he can get just a little tired there in his shoulder and his front end and get just a little lower set. But I like that calf's shape. I liked his stoutness of bone work. He's getting just a little more hot and just a little piecier, but I think a lot of good and a lot of quality in a calf that's still got the right kind of muscle shape, the right kind of stoutness. The black calf that's going to be in second, if we just take a picture of these whenever they're set up from the profile, that's probably the one that's the most impressive, just in terms of his look and his balance, his neck set, his look up front. His lower body balance is really good. Depth of heart back into his flank. He gives you an easy feeding look. I probably think compared to the cattle on either side of him, he wants to get just a little more closed up through his hip, a little frailer in terms of his foot and his bone. We need to change him there just a shot, I think, if he wants to get around that class winner, but I like his look and his balance from the side. And I probably thought at the end of studying him and breaking him down, he hit me with just a little more quality in terms of his look, his balance. I love how square and opened up this calf is. The red steer, he's bold-bodied, really fundamental and a good feeding type of a calf. He wants to get a little more open in his shoulder. He'll want to roll his front feet in from time to time, a little more jammed up and a little plainer in terms of his look up front, but a good calf there to be in third. The calf that comes next, I think, probably has a few more bells and whistles than the red calf that goes out in front of him, just in terms of stoutness of bone, a little more hair coat on that guy. For me, I probably got just a little more critical of his structure. He wants to come up in the center portion of his spine, get just a little more restricted in the way he uses his hind leg, a little coarser made, doesn't piece everything together quite as well. A black and white calf that comes next, extended, got some bone. That calf's a little too streamlined in his rib and his body type, too closed up underneath. And we round out the class. You did a good job sticking with it, buddy. A calf that's extended, he's long, just a little more streamlined. Again, we could soften his rib and his body type, give him just a little more width and dimension from behind. Good set of calves there. Congratulations to each of them.
Results of Class 1 include Barrett Vollison. In second place is Hayden Fox. Third place, Jack Pyatt. Fourth, Ashton Torrance. Fifth, Caden McManus. And sixth, Easton Moy. Coming in the ring is our second class of Market B, 5 entries. Weight range is 1,231 to 1,283 pounds. Exhibitors include Sage Carnahan, Eva Stretcher, Brinley Watts, Eva Stretcher, and Tori Miller.
get in my spot over here where I can block the wind just a little bit. Good class that we've got here. I like the one that we're going to lead off with. That's a really high quality steer. Young lady's done an awesome job of getting him presented. I know she was back there in the barn doing all the fitting and putting everything together on this calf, and she's done a very good job. And I like that calf because not only do I think he's high quality, the best in his balance, his bone, his presentation, I also think that the calf is still good and right in terms of having some muscle shape, some expression, some squareness from behind, and still with that, I think he's one of the sounder made calves in here. So this still does the fundamentals, I think, very, very well, a high quality calf to win the class. I think after that, people will shuffle the next couple just around a little bit, but as we get to studying the rest of them, in terms of build, which one becomes the next most flexible in terms of his structure, which one do I like the best next in terms of his rib and his body type, and just looking like a practical kind of calf. The young ladies in second hits me the next most practical, the next most correct, just in terms of build, body type, smoothness, and finish. Now, he doesn't have the extra look, the extra hair coat or bone as some of the other ones, but starting with the fundamentals, build, body type, being a good feeding kind of a calf, I think he's really, really nice there. So good calf to be second there in a really nice class. The calf that comes next, really overwhelming in terms of body type, a lot of bone. I think he probably takes some of those things a little bit to the extremes. He wants to come up and over there in his front end, and he gets just tighter there in his spine, a little plainer in his head and his front end. So we could make everything just a little smoother, blend together a shot better, and probably get out on the move just a little more comfortably. The young ladies that comes next, that calf's a little more attractive in terms of his head and his neck. For me, that calf's just too straight off either end of his structure, and then of the calves that we've studied, he becomes the hardest in terms of his rib and his body type. We got to change him in terms of his build, just soften him up because he's got some quality, just got to change those things first in order to move up a couple more spots. We round out the class with a calf that's got some performance, he's got some substance, probably becomes the plainest and the roundest in terms of his design and his balance from the side. A good calf, though, that's got some substance to him. That's a good set of steers there. Congratulations to all of those exhibitors.
First place for our second class is Tori Miller. In second place is Eva Stretcher. Third, Brinley Watts. Fourth, Sage Carnahan. And fifth, Eva Stretcher. Entering the ring is Class 3 of our Market Beef Show. We have 4 entries in class. Weights range from 1,303 pounds to 1,348 pounds. Exhibitors include Kendry Bell, Lexi Guy, Owen Hockaday, and Sadie McWhorter.
Full of awesome classes. These 4 came in. I thought, man, I wish all of my judging kids were here to see these calves because they're all really, really good. And man, I like each of them. But these 2 out here up front are really good. And I was going to try to build just a little more suspense, but I just couldn't lie. The calf up front that wins, for me, that calf has got to win because it doesn't matter if he's standing still, if he's in motion, from the side, from behind. For me, he is the clear-cut winner. When he's got that kind of build, you can tell just standing still all of his angles, especially starting up front, the lay of his knee and his shoulder, and then as you study him down his top line, the length and levelness out of his hip, everything reads just so good and so comfortable. That's why he's so effortless. Whenever she gets him in motion, he handles so good and square, right kind of finish. I like that calf a really, really good deal. There'd be a lot of shows that you'd be really excited to see him at, and I'm really excited to see him out here, so I'll be excited to see him back later. Just as much as I like him, man, that calf in second, when he gets him pulled together at the profile, he gives you a killer look. He is so good looking. I love his foot and his bone, his stoutness. You've done a great job of getting him presented. Still another calf that's good in terms of his power. That calf wants to come up in his spine and get just a little tighter in the way he uses his hip and his hind leg whenever we get the cattle in motion. And then between the 2, he's not as big and he's not as powerful from behind through his pin set, down through his lower quarter and stifle. Those are 2 big time, really, really good calves that hit me hard. I like them both a really good deal. The white calf that comes next, his neck set, look and presence up front, shape and expression of muscle is really, really good. And at the standstill, really pieces together a neat look. Now, he's too up and forward and wants to come over in his front knee from time to time. And then for as good shape as he is, I wish he was just a little softer bodied. He can read just a little tighter, just a little more streamlined in his body type through his flank. But I like that calf in terms of his presence. When you look down the lineup of him, he fits out there because he's got a good look and some look of quality. We round out the class with a good calf that would be very competitive in a lot of other classes. I have no doubt. That's a big-bodied calf that's stout-boned. He's practical. You're doing an awesome job of getting him shown. He's a little plainer headed. He's a little lower shouldered and a little shorter necked. And then I still think his build is plenty functional, just maybe not quite as attractive as a few of those that go out in front of him. Man, that was a really, really good class. If you would, give them a big round of applause. 4 awesome steers.
Placings for Class 3. First place is Sadie McWhorter. Second place, Owen Hockaday. Third place, Lexi Guy. And fourth place, Kendry Bell. Coming in the ring is our 4th class of our market beef show. 5 entries in class. Weight range is 1,363 pounds to 1,377 pounds. Exhibitors include Evan Guy, Cameron Sample, Brand Vollison, Nevaeh Kelty, and Troy McWhorter.
Man, another good class. You guys keep bringing them, and these are really, really good on the top end here. And I think this class comes together really nicely for me. There's your look at your class winner. Again, one that hits you so hard, not only from the profile, whenever he pieces together, you get him behind him, he's got the right kind of squareness, the right kind of dimension, and then still, whenever we get him in motion, he's as good and as comfortable as anything that we've got out here. So another really, really dominant calf, tons of quality, the right kind of fundamentals. Love that guy, and I'll be super excited to see him back here later as well. The red calf in second, I really like this steer, and I like his kind, moderate and bold-bodied and chunky and stout-boned. I can really get with those kind, and I love his color too. That dark red is really, really attractive to me. Now, he gets just a little plainer there in his head and his neck, the base of his chest. He gets a little more open in his shoulder, a little shorter there from hooks to pins, but a really nice calf. If we could probably change him up front maybe just a little bit more, neaten him up, lay him back just a little neater there and his shoulder, man, that calf does a lot of really, really nice things. And I think probably his boldness of body, extra stoutness of foot and bone is where I like him a little bit better than the gray calf that comes next. That calf probably is just a little neater headed and necked, the way he ties it into his shoulder. For me, from there back, he wants to get just a little flatter, a little more pinched in his full rib right behind his shoulder. And then if you study him at the ground, although I don't necessarily think he's super frail, he obviously doesn't come with the same kind of bone and stoutness down low in his structure relative to the ones that go in front of him. But that's a stout, square-made calf that's still got quality, a really nice calf to be third in a really, really good class there. Red calf that comes next, another one that's moderate, good-bodied. He's got some stoutness of bone work, just a little more open in his front end, a little more dish face, probably just a little quicker in terms of his maturity pattern, and just a little coarser made than the ones that go in front of him. We round out the class with a white calf, lengthy and really sound structured, really. I like his extension, I like his growth, I like his strength, and I like his flexibility. He gives up too much skeletal width and muscle shape to move up here in a really good class. You're doing a good job, though. That was a good set of calves. Congratulations again, all those exhibitors.
First place for Class 4 is Troy McWhorter. Second, Brant Vollison. Third, Nevaeh Kelty. Fourth, Evan Guy. And fifth, Cameron Sample. Congratulations. Moving on with our show, we get into Class 5. We got 4 entries in class. Your weight range is 1,392 pounds to 1,425 pounds. Your exhibitors, Eli Hockaday, Maddie White, Wade White, and Nevaeh Kelty.
Well, a really, really good set of 4 steers, and as they came in and pulled into the fence, I kind of thought to myself, man, I hate that I'm going to have to pull one of these fourth, because all 4 of these are calves that honestly deserve to be at a top end of a class. I don't know that I've been to a county fair that's got the kind of quality, the kind of depth in these classes each time, and they continue to come. You guys are doing a phenomenal job getting these calves taken care of, getting them presented. These 4 steers out here, each one of you should be real proud of what you got. I took a little more time, and not necessarily because I was considering what I wanted to win the class. I like the calf that leads off. For me, he just hit me the hardest. I think not only does he have the biggest pieces, especially starting at the ground, foot size, stoutness of bone work, and just how rugged and powerful he is in his structure up high. His rib shape, his body shape is good. His handle and expression and squareness of muscle is good. I probably think where that guy's got a bit of an advantage relative to the calf right behind him. I like him just a little better in his head, the top of his neck, and the way he ties it into his shoulder. And I think his depth of heart, softness, and boldness back through his rear rib and flank, length out of his hip all suits me just a little bit better. If we're going to pick on that calf, he gets a little open in his shoulder from time to time, and he'll want to roll his front feet in just a little bit there when you watch him go away from you kind of at a 3/4. Man, that's nitpicking an awfully, awfully good calf. A lot of big pieces in that guy that hits me very, very hard. Be excited to see him back here with our other class winners that we've gotten to see. As we work on down, I'll be excited to see these other ones if we continue to work deeper in classes because these calves are good. The calf in second, where I took my time really probably was between 2 and 3. I like both of those calves a good deal, and there's some little differences between the both of them. For me, I probably pick on them, both of them, just a little bit whenever they get out and travel in terms of their hip and hind leg. They both come up just a little bit short there. For me, whenever you get to a front 3/4, a rear 3/4, the way the black steer in second transitions from his shoulder into his forerib, his top line strength and consistency just hit me just a little bit harder. I think he's just smoother and just a little neater in the way he pieces everything together. Now, he gets just a little plainer up front, and like we said, a little shorter there out of his hip, and comes up a little short in his stride. And so from time to time, I wish he had just a little more flank. Really, when he gets in motion, probably more than anything. But a calf that I love just in terms of having the right kind of shape up high. He's fresh. You've done a good job of getting him presented out here. I just thought in terms of freshness, handle, strength behind his shoulder, blending everything together, did just a little bit better of a job whenever we got down to the wire. Now, there's things I love about this calf. I love that bright cherry red color, that dark red color. I love his rib and his body type. He is softer and better back into his rear rib and flank than the one that goes out in front of him. You step in behind him, he's a little bigger in his pin set as well. So I love a moderate, chunky, stout-made type of a calf. I think with that, a little plainer in his head, probably showing just a little more maturity. Didn't hit me quite as fresh. I don't think he hooks up quite as square and just perfect right out of the backside of his shoulder. So we could change him there just a little bit. Every once in a while, he can get just a little open up front as well. But man, I like a lot of things about that calf. There'd be a lot of shows I go to, be really, especially at a county fair level, be very, very happy to see a calf like that. That is a good calf to be third in a good class. And this is an awesome steer to round out the class. There's been a lot of shows I've been to. This guy would be right there on the top end because you've done a great job of getting him taken care of. His hair is fresh and his hide is good. That calf has got a good turn and a good body type. He's flexible in terms of his build. I think of those cattle, he probably disappoints me the most when I got my hand on him right behind his shoulder. He becomes the frailest in terms of his foot and his bones. So it's just little nitpicky things, man, in a really, really good class. All 4 of those steers, extremely impressive to me. If you would, give them all a big round of applause. That was an awesome set of calves there.
Results of Class 5. First place is Eli Hockaday. Second, Maddie White. Third, Wade White. And fourth, Nevea Kelty. We're now ready for Class 6 of our market beef show. We have 4 exhibitors. Weight range on the low end is 1,444 pounds to 1,452 pounds, so a small spread. Exhibitors in this class are Eli Hockaday, Kellen Torrance, Barrett Vollison, and Sadie McWhorter. So we just have this class and one more. Then we'll get to our grand champion drive and selection of our top 5 market beef animals here at the Elbert County Fair. So if you have friends and family maybe watching the show, or maybe you have to go home or whatever it might be, make sure you check out ringsidelive.co. Share it with family and friends that maybe can't be here. Again, as we have Grand Champion Drive coming up in just a couple classes. That being presented by the Elbert County Leaders Council, proud to bring you live streaming during the Elbert County Fair.
Well, a good class, and they continue to keep coming. Really, really nice ones all the way through. I like these calves, especially on the top end here. I think really all 4 of them are very, very nice. The black one where he wins, just in terms of freshness and youthfulness, that guy is really attractive in terms of his head and his neck set. That's where he's got an advantage, I think, relative probably to all 3 of the calves that come behind him. He handles good and fresh in terms of his shape, good and bold right out of the backside of his shoulder. I just really like that guy guy's presence, the way he ties everything together, I think in terms of quality, freshness, it just hits me the hardest. Now, we could stouten him up just a shot more in terms of his foot, his bone work. He gets just a little more refined there in terms of his bone down low, but I still think a calf that puts together good look, a lot of quality there in him. Kind of some of the areas that we picked on him, I like the gray calf in second because he is just a little stouter in terms of his bone work, so I certainly like that. He complements our class winner, and then between the two, he's probably a little bit softer even back into his rear rib and flank than our class winner. Gives you a real easy feeding kind of look. Didn't read him maybe quite as fresh, especially up through his head and his shoulder, not as square up through his pin set from behind, but a good, moderate, good bodied type of calf. A lot of good things about him. The calf that comes in 3, moderate, chunky, big boned, as stout in terms of his bone work as anything that we got in the class. I think for me, that calf's probably just showing a little more maturity, and then whenever we study him, he's just a little smaller, a little cuter, just in terms of he's getting pretty deep there at the base of his chest. Just looks a little smaller, a little quicker and cuter out here. Big pieces, and I love that about him. Just need to see him a little more youthful, probably just a little tidier to get around the ones that go out in front of him. We round out the class with a good black calf that's smooth. He's got the right kind of body type. He's got some finish on him. Maybe not the extra bells and whistles that the ones in front of him has. A little frailer there in terms of his foot and his bone. He wants to get a little more upright and twist out just a shot more up front. We could change him there just a little bit as well. But good calves all the way through. Congratulations, all 4 of those exhibitors.
Placings for Class 6. In first place, Sadie McWhorter. Second, Barrett Follison. Third, Eli Hockaday. And fourth, Kellen Torrance. Now we get to the big boys, Class 7 of the Market Beef Show. 3 entries in class. These are the biggest of the show. Weight range is 1,476 pounds to 1,533 pounds. Exhibitors in this class are Troy McWhorter, Brant Follison, and Case Carnahan. Following the placing of Class 6, we will have the Grand Champion Drive for the Elbert County Beef Show.
about him. We could change him just a little bit structurally. He's probably on the edge in terms of his front end. It gets just a little tighter there in his rear ankle, and because of that, not perfect in his top line balance, but a good calf, a lot to appreciate in him. Some of the things I pick on him for, I think the white calf complements him because I do think that calf, when we get him in motion, probably just a little better in terms of his spine consistency, a little neater in terms of his knee and the slope of it. That calf is just a little crestier there in his neck and a little plainer in his look from his shoulder forward. We get in behind him and he's just a little flatter and a little narrower to his pin set down through his lower quarter and his stifle. A lot to appreciate though in that calf. Then our big guy that rounds out the class, our heavyweight calf of the day, a good shaped kind of a steer. You've done a good job of taking care of his hide. He's fresh and presented really nicely and got a good shape and stoutness. Need to change his front end structure. He gets too up and over there in his knee. We need to relax him and make him just a little more comfortable and correct there, I think, to compete with those couple that go out in front of him. Good class to wrap up our final class here in the steer show. Congratulations, all three of those exhibitors.
For Class 7, first place is Troy McWhorter, second, Brant Vollison, and third, Case Carnahan. We'll take a short 10-minute break, allow our exhibitors in the Grand Champion Drive to regroup and to put in their final touches as we get into the selection of our Grand and Reserve Champion Market Beef here at the 92nd Elbert County Fair. So a 10-minute break, so it's about, let's round up to 6:40, so 6:50. We'll plan on getting into our Grand Champion Drive. We are ready for of our grand champion market beef for the 92nd Elbert County Fair as we bring in our finalists. Representing Class 1, first place was Bran Vollison, his calf weighing 1,185 pounds. From Class 2, Tori Millers, her steer weighing 1,283 pounds. From Class 3, Sadie McWhorter, steer weighing 1,348 pounds. From Class 4, Troy McWhorter, steer weighing 1,377 pounds. From Class 5, Eli Hockaday, his steer weighing 1,392 pounds. From Class 6, Sadie McWhorter, hers weighing 1,452 pounds. And rounding out from Class 7, Troy McWhorter, his steer weighing 1,476 pounds. Tonight, our judge is Macy Scotton, who's originally from Cordon, Iowa, where she grew up raising and showing cattle with her family. Macy judged collegiately at the Redlands Community College and Oklahoma State University. After completing her master's degree at OSU, Macy returned to Redlands Community College and serves as the coordinator of strategic partnerships and is the assistant livestock judging team coach. Macy continues to raise livestock with her family and her husband. She's been such a delight to have with us, judging our market beef show as well as our ranch raised show and even the dairy show this afternoon. So she's done a wonderful job. Let's give her a round of applause. Photographs taken from the beef show this afternoon can be found a couple places. You can find it on Facebook on Elbert County Fair Photos, photos taken by Susan Seawald. Also check out Beverly Englert Photography. Check out her website to purchase photos. That's at beverlyenglert.com. A chance for you to get great photos, whether it's from the beef show or any of the other market shows that you've seen throughout the week here at the 92nd Elbert County Fair. Awards for the Grand Champion Market Beef being presented by the Elbert Douglas County Livestock Association and the Elbert County Cowbells. Reserve Champion Awards presented by Sherry Treehall family of Kiowa, as well as the Elbert County Cowbells, proud sponsors of the Elbert County Fair.
Man, this is an awesome lineup. I was really excited and looking forward to coming out here. I've been looking forward to this weekend. I'm actually headed up to my hometown county fair when I get back tomorrow, and I've been thinking about just the memories and the things that you get to do and look forward to. I mentioned it earlier at the beginning of the afternoon, but I remember growing up, my county fair was one of my absolute favorite times of the year. I look forward to it, getting to run around with my friends and getting to go in and show with all my buddies. And so I hope you guys have had the same experience because, man, it's so much fun to just be here with your family, your friends in your hometown, getting to do this. And I'll tell you what, as we've worked through not only this show, but also the ranch raised, but especially right now, this lineup that we've got out here, there'd be a lot of major shows, a lot of state fairs where you would be pumped up to have this kind of lineup coming into a grand drive. And so I would be hard pressed to tell you another county fair that's had as deep a quality and good calves and good cattle, man, that I would be proud to have at home having my brother show. There's going to be an awesome top 5 out here, and there's going to be several calves that get left out that a lot of shows I go to, I'd be excited to call my family and call my husband and tell him all about it. And I'll tell you what, I'll be really excited to tell them about the calves that I got to see today. So I just want to thank you guys for letting me share this experience with you. Your county fair is such a special thing, and getting out here and being as competitive. I'll tell you what, it takes a really, really good one to win this show out here. These calves are good, and I want to break them down just a little bit because I think it's so competitive and it's close out here. You guys deserve to know what's going through my mind as we get our class winners together. We started off in a first class in a calf that won in there just in terms of having some quality, the right kind of shape. There was some differences between some of those calves, but I like that calf in terms of having some shape, having some quality. Now, obviously, gets into really deep water out here and looks just a little greener, a little more immature compared to some of the cattle behind him, but some good to appreciate in that gray calf out of the first class. We get into the second class, and the young ladies that won in there, man, that calf is really high quality, and you've done an awesome job, as good as anybody, of getting him presented. I love his stoutness of bone work, just drawing him up from his silhouette. Man, he is so attractive. Now, if we're going to pick on him, probably compared to some of the other cattle that come right in behind him, I think where we do it is whenever you get in at a rear 3/4, I don't know if that guy is just quite as overwhelming in the boldness that turned to his forerib. I don't know if he's the squarest coming down his top, but a really, really high quality calf that came out of that second class there. I like a good deal. We got into the third class, and that's where things kind of heated up for me, and I was excited to see those calves, especially those top 2. As much as I liked the second, I loved the calf that won. And for me, the type and kind that I gravitate towards, really regardless of the angle that you catch that calf at, I think you better appreciate him. From this angle at a 3/4, man, he's square chested, he's good ribbed, he's square hipped. You step around to the profile, everything is balanced and really attractive. His neck set is good, he's stout headed, he's still attractive up front, he's got the right kind of stoutness of bone to go with it, and still, for as stout and powerful as he is, I think he's still as comfortable as anything whenever we get the cattle in motion. And so you talk about checking all the boxes. For me, when you're building, breeding club calves and raising them, it's hard to get them that do everything without sacrificing something somewhere. That calf hit me really hard, and I think absolutely fits in the mix out here because of those things. I really, really like the calf that came out of the next class as well, especially whenever you talk about just depth of body, looking like a practical, easy feeding kind of a calf. I really, really like that about him. Still good and sound and comfortable in his build. When you step in at a 3/4, don't know if he blends just perfectly from his shoulder to his forerib. He can get just a little piecier there from time to time, and as you study him down at the ground, I wouldn't call that calf necessarily frail, but I don't know if his foot and his ankle is maybe as quite as big and rugged as some of the other cattle that we've got out here. But I'll tell you what, that's a good calf, though, that's fresh and high quality and good bodied and sound. And so another one really, really excited to see him back out here, and I was thinking about him multiple times. Probably as big a pieces in the young men that came out of the next class as anything. And I'll tell you what, if you get the opportunity to handle the cattle, that calf is probably as impressive as anything in terms of his shape, his squareness, his spread down his top. He is ultra square and powerful there. He is the biggest and the stoutest in his bone work. He's good and fresh in his hair. You guys have done a fantastic job of managing that calf and taking care of him, man, because I love the pieces that guy has. He gets out here and he gets just a little more tired. We picked on him in class a little bit where he wants to get just a shot more open through his front end. He'll roll his feet in, and I think as we get into this level, he's getting just a little bit more tired and labors just a shot more whenever we get him into motion. But boy, I'll tell you what, big pieces on a calf, when you talk about raising them, that's the kind of stuff that you hope to see when you go and watch your calves that you raise at a show. You just hope and dream about them having those kind of big pieces like that calf has. We get into our bigger, heavier weight classes. There were some different types and kinds that came there in our second to last class. This calf I landed on just, I thought, in terms of freshness, composition, balance. He hit me the most youthful, the most correct there. Now, when we compare him, especially to those calves in front of him, I don't know if that calf is quite as stout and powerful in his foot and his bone. He could be relaxed just a little bit in his front end. In this setting, he gets just a little more upright there, but still really high quality calf. And then we rounded out our heavyweight class, a red steer. I love his color. I love his power. We talked about changing him just a little bit structurally as well. He's a little open and upright there in his front end, and just changing him a shot there. I wanted to talk through them just because they're so good at this level. You guys deserve to know what's going through my mind, how the cattle hit me, what I'd change about them whenever we get our class winners back out here. And I want you guys to know, regardless of how things shake out here in the top 5, all 5 of them are going to be dang good calves, and you guys should be very proud. And it took a good one to make it in the top 5. So once again, thank you so much to everyone behind the scenes. I know it's kind of a year-round project putting together a show, making sure that everything goes off without a hitch, and you guys have done a fantastic job. I've really enjoyed my afternoon out here working with your youth. I'll put this down and we'll get you a top 5, but if you would, one more time, let's congratulate these exhibitors on doing a phenomenal job. The Grand Champion Market Beef, shown by Sadie McWhorter of the Ranchin Rookies 4-H Club. That's out of class number 3. So coming in now, we will bring in the second place from that class. That's Owen Hockaday with tag 68. The Grand Champion Market Beef, we're receiving a belt buckle from the Elbert Douglas County Livestock Association and a banner from the Elbert County Cowbells. who we visit about that calf real quickly that was second in that class, and we talked about both of those. Man, that's a good calf, and that's your look at him right there from the side. When he gets him stopped and pulled together, he is super, super striking. Awesome in terms of his silhouette, his neck set, his extension, so attractive there. And I think that calf's rib and his body type is good, and I love his stoutness of bone work. We picked on him a little bit there in class, just in terms of whenever we get him in motion, he's maybe not as good in the way he maintains his balance as he travels as what he puts together at the profile. But man, there's a lot of good and a lot to appreciate in that calf right there. So certainly doesn't take away from our lineup out here. I think only adds to it. So I'll put this down and take another look at him. We'll get you your reserve champion.
The reserve champion, a market beef, exhibited by Troy McWhorter of the Ranch and Rookies 4-H Club. Troy receiving a belt buckle from the Sherry Tree Hall family and a banner from the Elbert County Cowbells. From Class 4, we're bringing in the second place from that class. This is Brant Vollison, his steer weighing 1,372 pounds. Third place overall in our market beef show is Eli Hockaday of the Rattlesnake 4-H Club. Eli will receive a banner from the Elbert County Cowbells. Eli coming out of Class 5. So coming in is our second place from that class. This is Maddie White of the Kiowa Community 4-H Club. Her calf weighing 1,400 pounds.
We bring in the second place from that class as well, another really, really nice calf, and I think, again, only adds to the lineup. I think the set of seconds that we have out here, again, continue to be just as competitive, and as we mentioned throughout the classes, a lot of good calves, and so I think both of those, the red steer, the one behind him, both very, very nice calves. Maybe you could pick on both of them in a few little spots here and there, but I just wanted to mention you guys have got really good calves that you bring out here in contention. It continues to get just tougher and tougher. So I just wanted to mention that as we kind of wind down here. A good set of calves. Again, congratulations to the exhibitors. We'll wrap up your top 5 out here.
Fourth overall is Owen Hockaday of the Rattlesnake 4-H Club. Owen receiving a banner from the Elbert County Cowbells. And fifth overall is Maddie White of the Kiowa Community 4-H Club. Maddie receiving a banner also from the Elbert County Cowbells. What a lineup tonight. Let's give them another round of applause.